the improvements for future elections. In terms of what the main suggestions were, 51% wanted to see improvements relating to the size of party logos. They felt they were somewhat small. A further 38% wanted improvements in terms of the numbers of parties and candidates on the ballot paper. They felt that there was a proliferation and they found that level of choice somewhat overwhelming. 36% of those 36% also suggested improvements relating to the size of the party names, acronyms, and the candidates' names. So common finding is issues related to size of the features on the ballot papers. Next slide. Now we move to evaluations of electoral staff. We first off asked a general question: are you satisfied with the quality of service that IEC officials provided to voters? Again, we're looking at 2009 right through to 2024. In the latest election, 63% said that they were very satisfied with electoral staff, with a 31% saying they were very satisfied. So the dominant perspective is one of a positive response. In terms of trends over time, we've seen slight fluctuations, but not dramatic changes over the periods of the elections we've evaluated. Okay, next. We then moved on to more an evaluation of different attributes of electoral staff, and we asked about 7 particular characteristics ranging from honesty, professionalism, impartiality, etc. A clear majority of the voting public gave the officials a positive rating on all 7 of the indicators. The one that was most positive was the helpfulness of electoral staff, where 84% said that they were helpful to a great extent. The rate of the attributes that ranked the lowest, that was impartiality, with 71% saying that this applied to a great extent, with around 8% saying that the electoral staff were not at all impartial. Okay, next. Then we asked about to what extent the voting procedure inside the station considered the needs of special groups, and we asked about 5 particular groups in this case. Firstly, 54% said that they felt that the needs of women with babies was taken into account to a great extent, with 22% saying to some extent. A similar share saying pregnant women were considered at the voting station. And again, 57% for partially sighted and blind. Slightly higher shares said that persons with disabilities were taken into account, and the most positive evaluation was for older persons, the elderly. In terms of levels of information voters had about procedures, 61% thought the procedures inside the station were easy to understand, and 35% said they were somewhat easy. Around a tenth, at 13%, stated they had far too little information, and 10% said they had too little information about voting procedures. So there's still quite a lot of unmet demand for further information, which obviously the IEC can take account of in their future civic and democracy education events around the country. 42% of the voting public said the IEC website was very useful in providing information and education, with 23% saying it was somewhat useful. And in terms of the IEC voter education campaigns, 52% said the voting public said it was very useful, and 28% somewhat useful. In terms of the perceived effectiveness of the IEC's voter education campaign, again, we're looking over time on this one, but in 2024, 66% said that they were very effective, 24% somewhat effective, with small shares saying they were either not effective or uncertain. Again, there's been a fairly constant evaluation we've seen from the voting public since 2009 across successive elections. Next. Then we asked about the secrecy of the vote. So are you satisfied that your vote in this voting station was secret? In 2024, 64% said they were very satisfied with this, and 31% satisfied. There has been a slight decline in this, certainly relative to the 2009 through 2014 elections. The elections that have occurred since then, it's a bit lower, but it's been fairly stable from 2016 to 2024. We asked voters a set of questions related to self-reported coercion during the context of election 24. In this particular round of surveying, 12% reported experiencing someone trying to force them to vote for a certain political party or independent candidate. 9% reported that this happened before election day, and this, they said, was perpetrated 4% by party agents and 4% by friends and family as the dominant sources of this particular attempt to coerce voters. 4% occurred while they're queuing in lines, and again, the dominant responses were party agents at 2%, 1% friends and family, and 1% other voters. 2% said that some form of attempt at forcing them to change their vote happened inside the voting station, and the dominant responses here were, again, 1% party agents, 1% family and friends. Election officials were barely mentioned as a source of electoral coercion, less than 1% across all the different locations of attempted force. Of those that reported coercion, 73% reported that it had no bearing on who they ultimately chose to vote for on election day, but 25% said it did, and 2% were uncertain. So this translates, the 25% that said it did, translates into 3% of the voting public, which ultimately reported changing their vote due to some form of pressure. Okay, next one. So in terms of vote counting, we asked, how confident are you that the vote will be accurately counted? And again, comparing 2019 to 24. Here we've seen quite a drop in those saying that they're completely confident their vote will be accurately counted. It's dropped from 60% to 45%. Again, it hasn't swung to the negative end of the scale. It's a thinning out of completely confident and moving mainly into very or quite confident categories. But it does represent a substantive change relative to the last national and provincial election. Next. So now we move on to the evaluations of the freeness and fairness of elections, and we're again looking over time. In election 24, 92% said that the election procedures were unequivocally free, with small percent saying yes with minor problems and an even smaller percent not at all. Again, over the full period that we're looking at, they have remained in a very similar range between 90 and 95%. And a similar evaluation on fairness, perceived fairness of the election, 92% of the voting public indicated that the elections were unequivocally fair. We did ask them the reasons for this. Lucky, next slide. We asked an open-ended question about why they perceived the elections to be free and fair. We've coded those open-ended responses using Atlas TI. And what emerged was several key responses in the way the public viewed, predominated in their responses. One key response in viewpoint was that the elections were free and fair due to a prevailing sense that there was freedom to make political choices without any form of force, pressure, and intimidation. The open-ended data tends to demonstrate the freedom to make political choices remains fundamental in the minds of the voting public. There appears to be a critical construct that is influencing political participation, the sense of freedom of choice for elections amongst the public. It remains key that all stakeholders respect the values of political freedom to make political choices. Next. These have been coded into thematic concepts that inform judgments. So again, a high premium was placed amongst the public in their responses on the value of having the political space and being free from intimidation and to make their political choices as they see fit. The right to make political choices freely is a key value held by the South African voting public. The right to choose also links with fairness, and here participants tended to voice a view that fairness was found in having sufficient space and agency to make political choices when casting their votes, Again, it's, the takeaway message is critically important for electoral integrity, that there's sufficient voice and agency for the voting public. This supports democratic legitimation and support for the electoral process as well as outcomes. We asked also, obviously, election 24, like preceding elections, has been a paper-based election. So we did ask one relating to a preference for paper-based versus electronic voting. So we asked voters, would you support or oppose replacing paper ballots with electronic voting machines at voting stations? We've analysed this by the time of day, but it was fairly invariant to the time of day. And what we found is that 29% strongly support moving to electronic voting. A further 22% support this. So just under, or around about half the public are in favour of moving to electronic voting. 10% were neutral, 21% opposed, and a further 15% strongly opposed. So there is a fair amount of polarisation around paper-based versus electronic ballots as the future of elections in South Africa. I'm returning now to the issue of queuing times. And what we were very keen in looking at is what bearing did this have on a range of the different evaluations we've shown in the preceding slides. I'm showing the ones on the screen now. It might be a bit small for those at the back of the room. I'm showing that the scale of effect that it had on a range of different aspects of election 24. So what we found is the longer you queued for, the less likely you were to be confident that your vote would be counted accurately. So for those that queued up to 15 minutes, 81% said that they were confident. That dropped to 63%, a difference of 18 percentage points based on queuing time. So for those that queued for 2 hours or more, there was a huge difference in views on confidence in the vote count. Support for electronic voting, interestingly here, for those that queued for longer, they had a greater appetite for switching to electronic voting. Perhaps they felt it might speed things up in the future. Evaluations of electoral staff also differed by about 14 percentage points. I think it should be stated, though, that while it's lower, it's still quite positive in evaluation. So for those that queued for 2 hours or more, 82% said they were satisfied with electoral staff, but it is lower than the 96% who had queued for less than 15 minutes or less. And we also did it for the list of attributes, and you can see it varies in a similar range of about 13 to 17 percentage points on most of those attributes. Trust in the Electoral Commission, that one varied by about 13 percentage points. So for those that queued less, 15 minutes or less, it stood at 87% voicing trust in the Commission. But it falls progressively as you queued for longer. And for those that queued for 2 hours or more, trust in the Commission drops to 74%. So again, still positive, but significantly less positive than those who queued for 15 minutes or less. In terms of perceived fairness of the election, there was a 10 percentage point variation on that one. The difference ranges between 83 for those who queued the longest, up to 93% for those who queued the least amount of time. Safety and security, there's a 7 percentage point difference, similar for perceived freeness of the election. And satisfaction with the ballot paper had the least amount of variation. The difference was between 89 and 94%. So really, the queuing times did have an instrumental effect on assessments of election day, but it depends on the different aspect. But those who queued the longest were positive in the main, but to a lesser degree. So in terms of concluding remarks, the Election Satisfaction Survey 24 assessed voters' views of the election process, including its integrity, and evaluated the operational efficiency of the Commission. It should be stated, though, and I think it's important to note, this was interviews amongst the voting public, those who'd actually got through and cast their ballot. Discouraged voters, those who gave up after queuing for long amounts of time, were not interviewed. So the discouraged voters are not included in the sample. So I think it's important just to state that. These are the views of those who actually waited, prevailed, and voted. The results indicated that voters overwhelmingly believed that 24 national and provincial elections were free and fair, and they positively rated the conduct of officials at the voting stations. Trust in the Commission was high, and almost all voters felt they were safe to cast their ballot in secrecy. The majority of voters felt that the Commission adequately considered the needs of vulnerable groups, particularly the elderly and persons with disabilities. But lastly, queuing times at voting stations increased relative to more recent elections, quite by a substantive degree, which really had a bearing on election attitudes. So we'll conclude there and pass back to Lucky for handling the Q&A. Thank you.
Thank you, Ben. I will now open the floor for questions. If I could get questions specifically from media houses, journalists, that would be highly appreciated. I will start on the left. If I can get an indication of people who may want to ask questions on the left. I don't see any hands. I go to the middle. I see 2 hands, now 3. I will start with the gentleman in the red T-shirt.
My name is Norman Masungwini from City Press newspaper. The first question is relating to the issue of trust on the Electoral Commission to deliver the free and fair election. How much was that expressed by voters on the queue, considering the many glitches, which includes the element of your voter management devices and all the load shedding? And speaking of load shedding, was there any mention of such thing, and how much did it play on the voter turnout and the queuing for voters? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Lady at the back.
Thank you very much. Kanima Panga from SABC News. You spoke about the translation of 3% of all voters who changed their vote when you spoke of coercion. If you look at the 2024 national and provincial elections and how crucial this election is, as well as how every vote counts, does this have any impact on that assessment? Then, of course, what I wanted to find out is more of an understanding as to when you pick that sample. So there's 300, and then you picked randomly selected 50 out of those 300 voting stations. A lot of people have a difficulty with understanding polls or these types of research as to how that will be representative of all these millions that have turned up to the polls. Please could you give us an understanding as to how that representation rather is present when you sample in this manner? Thank you.
Thank you, Kenny. Yes.
Christian de Plessis from Netwerk 24. I just have a question on the waiting times. Can this be taken to be a true reflection of the waiting times, considering that you didn't survey people who left the queues? Thank you.
I'm Itumeleng from The Citizen. I'd like to find out, could we compare the queues to those in 1994? Is it safe to say that they were just as long? And I'd like to ask about the electronic issue. So the people that have issues moving towards electronic voting, were they mostly in urban areas or rural areas? Thank you.
Okay, I see another hand here, so we'll do it this way. I think we've had about 4 questions already from the middle, and so we'll take the 5th one from the lady over there, and then in the next round we'll go to the right. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Simpo. What is your take on the issue of people who were turned back and without being offered an opportunity to vote?
Sorry, can you stand up, please?
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
What is your take on the issue of people who were turned back without being offered an opportunity to vote on a national ballot paper, and then later there were people who were offered to vote on a national paper. Was it fair or something?
Thank you very much. Ben? Yeah.
Thank you very much for those questions. I'll start with the issue of trust. So trust in the Commission is actually, amongst the voting public, is very high. It's in the, well into the 80% range. I know your question was about the relative impact of VMDs, load shedding, etc. So that really doesn't come through that strongly in the data we've collected, particularly. I think obviously it would come through in queuing time reports and obviously in this open-ended responses around freeness and fairness. So it's not coming out as a dominant response in what we've collected. I think some of the other surveys that are post-election surveys may capture some of that discontent. But it's certainly of the voting public, the trust in the Commission remains dominant. The other thing I want to state is Dr. Mchunu mentioned the two surveys we do. One is a pre-election survey, and one is which is of the whole voting age population, and the other one is the election day view experience, which is the views of just the voting public itself. In the amongst the general public, trust in the Commission has been declining, as it has in most core political institutions over the last decade and a half. Although the IEC does remain one of the most trusted institutions in the country. But obviously the voting public the trust is much higher. And that's probably for two dominant reasons. One is obviously the fact that many of the people we've interviewed have come out of the voting stations and had, generally speaking, perhaps leaving aside some aspects of the queuing time, a positive experience, and that translates into a positive evaluation of the Commission. The other one is that for many South Africans, the predominant response to unhappiness with the functioning of the political system is abstention. It's not electoral turnout. So we're finding increasing polarization between happier voters and the discontent abstainers. And that's what's probably driving those positive evaluations. On the one about, I think the SAB News question about those that reported changing their vote due to some pressure or force, I think it's, from a sort of every vote counts, it is concerning. Just to say, which we didn't put up, is it's been increasing over time, particularly since the 2016 elections. We've seen the reporting of, self-reporting of coercion increasing over time. It particularly jumped higher in 2019 and 2024. So it's something that we really have to watch out for. Just to say that it's happening predominantly before election day in households, in communities, that forms of pressure. But it is something that we do need to worry about because it is translating into 3% of change relative to what they might have voted for on election day. So it is something that we all, as concerned citizens, need to monitor and be wary of. In terms of, there was a question that SABC News also asked about methodology. So this is as Dr. Mchunu again in his introduction said, this is a random sample. So obviously of all the voting stations nationally, our statisticians randomly chose particular voting stations, taking into account provincial distribution of the registered population, and certain other attributes of the voting public. Once the data is being collected, it is then weighted to make sure that it is representative of the voting population, the statistics we have from Stats SA. So it is designed, although you may think, well, it's only 300 out of the 22,000+ voting stations, it is designed to be properly representative. And also, the 50 interviews we do are designed to be staggered across different times of day to ensure if there are problems at certain times, those come through in the sample of respondents. So if there are problems at the tail end of the day with excessive queuing times or problems with late opening times in the morning, those would come through because of the way the sample is configured. So it is designed to be properly representative of the voting public on election day. In terms of waiting times, I think that was a question about, does the queuing time we're recording reflect the true queuing time? I think, as I said, we don't interview discouraged voters. So those who may have given up will have left, but for those that persevered, even if they waited many hours, like 6+ hours, would be included in the sample. So I think it is a fair reflection, and that's what's coming through on that increase. We are still to release, after today, a more in-depth analytical report for the Commission, and which will give a whole range of breakdowns on where were the queuing times and how are they different across different geographies and so on, and that will give you a sense of the scale of variation in some of those queuing times, because there were big differences between rural and urban stations in many cases. We don't, so those will be coming once we've processed that, produced that fuller report. In terms of the citizen, in terms of queuing times relative to 94, we weren't surveying in 94, so unfortunately we don't have survey-based evidence on the average queuing times going back that far. Just to say that obviously it's the upswing we've seen is a significant one. It's the highest one we've seen since 2009. So certainly the highest we've seen in 15 years, 15 years. Whether it's higher than in 94, difficult to say. I doubt it. I mean, I was old enough to have voted in 94, and certainly based on observations from that time, those queues were particularly long, but that's more anecdotal than empirical. The urban-rural split, the citizen also asked about the urban-rural split. I didn't hear the latter part of the question. I assume it's in terms of queuing times again. And that's something that we'll certainly publish in our more detailed report to come. There was another question about, I think it was the last one, which is the impact on people that were turned back without being offered an opportunity to cast their ballot. I think the Commission can probably respond best to that. They are going to have a media briefing later today, and I think that's something that they're best placed to answer. Certainly when we do the 2025 pre-election survey ahead of the 26 election, we'll be asking the general voting public more, because of the experience of 24. We'll be asking more about queuing and being turned and not getting to cast a ballot because of giving up and being discouraged. So we'll be able to find out more with a retrospective evaluation with the next VPS, which is happening in 2025. Yeah, I'm going to hand over to my colleagues to see if they wish to add.
Thank you very much, Ben. There are just a few things I could perhaps emphasize so that we understand the context of this particular survey. This is not a survey of the South African population in general. Thank you. It is a survey of people who cast their vote and exited the voting station. And that's where our field workers were, and that's where they were interviewed. So we do not know what people sitting at home who were abstaining or were discontented, we do not know how they felt on election day. And that's important to remember. We also do not know why people, if they did, why people dropped out of the queues because they had to wait so long, whether they came back and voted later. That is something that our survey did not test, because as I said, we interview people as they exit the election station. And so our questions are based on the experience of the election process. And this is also the population sample of voters who trust the IEC. As Ben mentioned earlier, we have a voter participation survey where we can see that decline in trust in institutions. But the IEC is relatively trusted institution compared to many others. But our division also runs something annually called the South African Social Attitudes Survey. And in that survey, we have some interesting data on trust in institutions. But this is we interview household survey of people 16 years and older, and it's representative of that population, not only the voting public. So I just wanted to emphasize that fact, and that we cannot speak about what we have not ourselves collected, the data that we have not ourselves collected. I was interested in the question about the long queues versus in 1994. It appears that the queues were quite long this time around, more because of failure of devices and things like that, the three ballot papers and so on, and not necessarily the numbers of people who turned out. So the CSR has been doing their number crunching, and they are projecting the voter turnout, but it's certainly not as high as it was in 1994. I think almost every South African went to vote in 1994.
Thanks, Prof. Nanya. I just want to touch on the trust factor. So generally, trust is influenced by perceptions, but also by post-experience. So in many institutions of state that we've surveyed, the post-experience tends to favor the institution, meaning that once someone has seen or experienced the institution and its and what it does or how it works, they are more likely to be more trusting of an institution. While if they haven't really experienced it, based on perceptions and everything that they see, they are less likely to be trusting. This also becomes particularly important in the age of misinformation, propaganda, and decontextualized information that tends to be shared on social media. Also, with regards to the sample, as Dr. Roberts did indicate that it was 300 voting stations. However, we did not necessarily try to focus mostly on just the voting stations and the number of people. We try and find the perfect balance between the three, because you can have a survey of 200,000 people, but if your sampling and your methodology is flawed, that will not necessarily represent or be representative. So we must be careful to not always assume that if we have a big number of people participating, then that study is representative. So that's something we try to guard against. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, colleagues. I will now open the second round of questions. Going to my right, I see Faith Daniels, and then two other hands at the back. Faith?
Hi, Faith Daniels from ENCA. I just have a follow-up question on the electronic voting issue, because it seems that it's becoming an issue, and I didn't see how it fared with the previous election. Is that something of concern that you would think that the IEC should pick up and sort of discuss as a matter of urgency?
Thank you, Faith. At the back.
Thank you very much. My name is Ngosi Konamalinga Mnisi from Power FM.
Can you just stand?
All right.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. I've just got three brief questions. The first one relates to whether or not you'd consider extending the size of your sample in future, because one could perhaps argue that 300 voting stations compared to the thousands that we have across the country is a drop in the ocean. So is that something in the future that you could potentially look at? The other question relates to, did you perhaps ask those that you engaged, just in terms of the introduction of the third ballot, particularly it being new in metropolitan municipalities, and perhaps what were some of the responses that you received? And then just as a question of interest, this is something I observed, were there any individuals that you engaged that spoke about their vote being influenced to some degree by being transported in vehicles that were branded, you know, in colors of certain political parties. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. It's Naomi Kobe here from YFM. I just wanted to ask, an issue of clarification on the Section 24A application. In terms of the interviews you had conducted following, the elections, I suppose what was the sentiment you were getting from voters there, especially, we are hearing there was some difficulty with people being able to participate and vote this year with regards to that. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I will allow the panel to respond to the questions, and then after that, we will quickly open the last round of questions for you. Thank you.
That's not working. Yeah. Thank you. I'll start with Faith's question from ENCA. In terms of electronic voting, it is being taken seriously. In last year, we did an initial study for the Commission relating to electronic voting, looking particularly at experiences around the globe. I don't think it's certainly not something you can walk into lightly. It's a huge change in terms of voting procedures, and it would require quite a few years to actually pilot, look at those experiences, and before it is decided whether or not to fully adopt it. We are currently in this conversation with the Commission about, and the plans are over coming months, to prepare a discussion paper on electronic voting as the basis for a potential green paper on electronic voting. So that's something that will obviously be used as the basis for quite widespread consultation with different stakeholders around this, and we will see where that goes. But I think it's also something that the Commission would probably wish to engage with around responding to from their perspective, views on electronic voting, but they have commissioned this second part of work about the development of a discussion paper. Just to say, from the surveying that we've done, including in not just this survey on election day, but particularly our voter participation survey pre-election, we do ask quite a few questions around attitudes towards electronic voting, and there is still quite a lot of skepticism amongst the public. So there is this division amongst the public about whether or not it would be a good thing. That includes amongst the youth, people that people may think ordinarily would be pro-conversion to electronic voting. So I think there's certainly views around its that favour its adoption around convenience, etc. But there are also concerns that it brings around issues of security and so on, and probably aspects about reliability. And I think it may be that the experience 2 days ago with the VMDs might also serve as a polarizing aspect in terms of propositions around the introduction of electronic voting. But that's something we'll have to look into, and it's something that would probably come up in the consultations and dialogue around any decision to move towards electronic voting. On the Power FM questions, the questions around sample size and 300 stations, I think it goes back to the points raised by Dr. Mchunu again around the fact is this is a representative survey of 300 voting stations. The responses have a margin of error of the 13,100 respondents of less than 1%. You could expand size, but it wouldn't improve. You probably wouldn't see much of a difference because it is designed to be representative. So adding more stations will not materially change findings because it is designed to be representative. On the 3 ballots, we had this discussion in the lead up to the election day with the executives from the Commission about whether we should explicitly ask about the 3 ballots. We ultimately didn't because we didn't want to prime them. So we wanted them to spontaneously mention whether having 3 ballots represented a challenge in terms of the usability and effectiveness of voting. So we did have an open-ended question about why the public was satisfied or discontent with ballot papers in NPE 2024. I must confess we're still to analyze in depth that open-ended content, and it will form the basis of our more detailed analytical report. So we'll be able to determine from that whether 3 ballots did represent a challenge for the small segment that were unhappy. As you saw from the statistics, the large share were actually content with the ballot papers and found them easy to use. So there's only a small segment that were discontent, and we'll see if those did mention the fact that there were now 3 ballot papers with many names of parties and candidates on them as a challenge or not. The question around vehicles branded by party colours, that unfortunately is not part of our surveying, so we can't comment on that. Over to my colleagues. Thanks. Oh, the section 24. Can we do survey?
Thank you very much. We do not have data on the section 24A issue, probably because most people were affected to the extent that they ended up not voting, and we cannot make any predictions around that, and we have no data as to how many people were affected by the section 24A issue, but it is a serious one, and we are aware of the fact that there were problems, but that is just from the media and not from our research. I also want to emphasize the fact that we have started looking quite seriously at the issue of e-voting, although the South African public is very divided on this issue. But what was interesting was the longer people queued, the more in favor of e-voting they were. So they obviously think it'll speed things up. But in other studies, we found that people are a little bit nervous about e-voting. And then again, the sample size, as Ben said, we could have, interviewed many more people, and we would probably have come out with the same results, because we have statisticians working with us, and we do science. So that is how it works: weighting of the data, the accuracy of it, and the fact that it is representative of the voting public. Perhaps we can have a more technical conversation later.
Thank you very much, colleagues, Dr. Roberts and Professor Nania Bolamila. I'm now going to, in the interest of time, just take 1 or 2 more questions, and then we close the session after that. Starting from the left, if there's still no one from the left, I will take the question from Mr. Masuku, and we'll close after that. Thank you.
Norman Masungwini again from City Press. Can you please talk to us? You spoke about the people self-coerced when they were going to vote. Can you talk to us about self-awareness? How much people were, aware that they have got a constitutional rights and then the obligations to vote? Also on the issue of, or vis-a-vis the issue of the political parties' presence, personalities, and manifestos, manifesto launch. How much did that persuade people to go out and vote? Thank you.
Thank you. Before Ben comes in to answer, just to indicate that the panelists will be on standby to do interviews later, and also that the report will be posted on our website as well, the HSRC website. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Thanks for that question. in terms of how aware they of their rights and obligations to vote, I think citizens are quite aware of that. As we saw, one of the dominant reasons people turn out is because of that sense of obligation. So I think it is quite deeply embedded in South Africa, and people are aware of that. In terms of the relative influence of manifestos, etc., in influencing people to turn out and vote, that we don't really have evidence on. I don't think we can actually really comment on that particular issue. I'll hand over to colleagues if they wish to reinforce.
Thank you. Just the issue around the duty to vote, or the sense of duty to vote. Most certainly, if you go to a station and you stand in a queue, you really feel that it is your civic duty to do so. Of course, if you're at home and you're abstaining, you do not believe it is necessarily the thing that you need to do for yourself, and it is a valid form of protest. But in the South African Social Attitude Survey, the data from 2023 told us that the general South African populace, aged 16 years and older, of them 70% believe that we have a duty to vote, and that we should vote. However, when we ask if people believe that their vote counts, that their voice counts, there's a drop. So there are far less people in South Africa who believe that their vote counts. They believe that democracy is right and we should vote and there's a duty, but when it comes to whether it actually counts, we have a much lower percentage.
And just on that point about manifestos, I think our data shows us that this is across the VPS mostly, and it dates back maybe 10, 15 years. South African voters tend to be abstainers if they are unhappy with the party, hence the higher turnouts we've seen in the past couple of years. So we do not have any evidence of manifestos influencing potential turnout. What we have seen in our data is that South Africans are more likely to just stay away rather than either give a party another chance or another option, which of course involves or revolves around going to vote. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. That concludes the proceedings. Thank you very much.
ha ke bele go dumedise wena mo bohimo lapeng me he ntse re le teng ka mona ka Free State Operation Center mo e leng hore he dintho di ntse di etsela ka teng mo re bonang hore mogahlo wa African National Congress o santsane bitlhomme pele mme di vote tse seng di badilwe ke 58.96 hexafosi me ke yona 58.96 mo e leng hore he re bone mogwa wa African National Congress sona le percent tse ka bantse 41.96 mme mogahlo boemong ba bobedi ho National Ballot ke yona Democratic Alliance mo e leng hore ke 23.27 e mokgatlong wa boraro ka 11.34%. Economic Freedom Fighters yona e mokgatlong wa bo 9 mokgatlong wa bone me ka 9.52. re shebile IFP yona e me mokgatlong wa bohlano ka 2.73. re ka shoka nnete e tlile mokgatlong wa MK o tlile ka se gata haholo mme re se re tla bona hore na jolo ka ha se ba itukisetsa hona jole tsena ho kena parliamenteng National Assembly re tla bona hore na ba tla tleba sebetse jwang le hore na di positions tsa bona di jwang di be jwang re tlo kena ka hare re tlo bisana le ba bogawona wa MK re tlo bisana ka bona hore na ho etsahalang mme hore na king se tla se lebella ho tswa go bona ho yella pele hape re tsa re shebile hore ka nnete ho seng re laba le mathata a yona IEC mo e leng hore metšhini ya teng ile a tima mo re shebang di vote re tla tle re utlwa hore na megahlo ka fapana hore na yona sena se ba so re jwang hore na ba le ba ikutlwa jwang mme ba ile ba fumana molaetsa o jwang ho tswa ho IEC jwalo ka hele megahlo re tla o fa tsona se ke wa suta hona mona ho FS Online. ke na le mme ho tswa ho Patriotic Alliance. Dumela mme hantle.
Dumela ntate, ke phela hantle, wena o phela jwang?
Ke phetse hantle. Ha ke shebile mona on the national lot le sebitse hantle haholo ntse le sebetsa hantle. How are you feeling as the Patriotic Alliance?
We really grateful. We are happy. Re leboha le batho ba re votetseng. We are sebeditse ka thata.
Were there any challenges when during elections haven't survived on different voting stations?
Yes, there's change that we you've been voting to certain lady, but on the day of the elections, house or vote also to you or somewhere else. Then you find that it's a distance from where you are. Then you know some people they get tired along the way, they want to rise a voter. But those are the challenges. You know what happened during the elections. Them be the challenges that needs to be fixed.
Shareholder to about or one ballot on your side.
Yes, we came across a lot of them. We dealt with them, and honestly, the challenges were so much. Yes, here and there they were, but they were not so much.
You observe out the results. You know that not yet complete, but are you quite happy as you're the PA?
Up to so far, I will say we are happy.
So far, so good.
So far, so good.
Only last thing that you want to say that people voted for you. I know that you got Haide Alona, and we have encouragement for people over Haide.
You know, they hate Dallas, the Free Staters as well. But so we thank you very much for the hard work, commitment, and loyalty. And we thank you so much. We go and together we stand.
Yes, thank you very much. Ke mme ho tswa ho PA ya buang hore o tabile haholo fela ha bona dintho di ntse di tsamaya up to so far so good ba fumane hated all so ba happy ba so happy lona mona wa smile. she's happy, she's happy. So I'll be talking to different political parties regarding their numbers since 30 votes, and you know, to hear from different political parties how they feel. Okay, how I'll be talking to different political parties. So by now, okay. Thank you. By now, I'll be talking the IFP. I'm talking about them having a conversation. Tumela ndi reteng le ka phetse. Phile. Is one of the national IFP. Sebenza kahle. Are you happy up so far?
That I can say, in fact, since the special voting took place, not good as far as we're given some reports, especially from Kwasapa Putajaba, where they told us that during the second day, the ballots were found. It was early in the morning, 3 people having voted, but I'm told that they got that many more ballots than what happened physically. And then they were suspicious that there were ballots, papers that were put inside the box, but I don't know what the parties would expect to the concern and complain forward. And at Bethlehem again, we were told that there were also irregularities that happened, and we also expect that those things are put forward. When it comes to capturing here, we know people are working very hard, but we don't know whether it's deliberate or whatever. Other concern and complaint is that almost 500 or more than 500 votes were found to have been put in the wrong place by the capturers. but it was maybe fatigue or if it was not a deliberate. But we are still going to follow on that at the end because all these objections and complaints were lodged with the IEC. Otherwise, what we are getting so far, I know that we are left with almost 20%, almost 20%, less than 20%, because 82% has been covered. So 84 or 24 or something or 9 or 18 still going to be covered. But we wait and see. But we are a bit happy that we are there. Come 2026, local government will move. We were concerned about people not tolerant when it comes to our political material because they had to take down our posters all over Sasolburg, Metsmahulu, here in Bloemfontein, Mangaung, at all towns. All our posters were taken down. We took note of that, and we are about intolerance when it comes to that. But in fighting and physical fighting in the Free State, I can say I didn't see any of such nature. That's what I can appreciate. The only thing that I can see also that the working relationship between the political parties as well as the IEC is very cordial. I can see that. Yeah.
I didn't know. Are you aware that in the morning the IEC election, the system was offline? How do you feel as well, IFP? Do you think was it intentional or what?
I didn't like that. I saw that it was they called it as a crash because for some times we couldn't see anything because of that, and then after a few hours it came back nationally and then later on joined by the provinces. That also undermines the credibility of the IEC, and that will also give the IEC lots of questions because people weren't happy. We are not happy with some of the issues as I've raised. We are not happy with that also. It didn't go well with us. It doesn't sit well with us. I'm not going to talk about what's happening where I come from, but some of the things, in fact, took us by surprise.
Let's go to Durban, KwaZulu-Natal. We saw that the MK got higher numbers of votes than the IFP. What's your take on that?
Well, it's still early. They've covered around 60, just above 60%. They are still left with about 35 or 30, just between 30 and 40%. We're still going to see something better, but we might have more information once we are there. Because, for instance, I am a member of the NEC of the IFP, a member of the National Council of the IFP. We will get the summer report. Once we come there, I reporting on behalf of the Northern Cape and also state what I observed. And then those people who are there telling me what happened there. Because we were sure that the IFP was going to lead. The NC, as you heard, their national chairperson, they thought we were going to feature more prominently as the IFP. We don't know what happened, but I wouldn't say there's something there. We wish those who might get this thing good luck, but the most important thing this is going to happen of forming government, of working at you. Do you have it in mind? Were you prepared to be there? And are you going to do it? That's what we wait and
but overall, the IFP is quite happy about the results.
I can't be happy because I put more effort, I put more energy, I put more resources. You know, when we are running, everybody would like to win the race, but you might have some problems along the way. Not to finish the race at the speed and at the tempo you expected to finish, but we'll wait and see.
Thank you very much.
Feel welcome. Thank you.
This is the representative of Kata Freedom Party saying that they are not quite happy about the results up to so far, but they will wait to get overall results. I'm here with the member of the Mkhonto Wesizwe. Dumela ntate le hantle.
Re phetse ntate lona le phetse jwang?
Re phetse. Hey, ra bona mo national ballot. Hey MK e fitlile. Ra bona le sebeditse hantle. Ena le habile ka di-results tse le fumaneng.
I must say that so far so good. Re thabile haholo wa bona la hore ka nnete ma MK wohle kaofela na tshepuwe bakeng sa mosebetsi o batse mosebetsi fatshe. Our ground forces ba ntse mosebetsi o motle, so re thabile as we are seeing the results today.
Jwale batho ba ka botsa hore if ka hopola ha coupe ne qala e qadile e se ya hodimo now e wa fatshe now MK na re ka expect ntho e jwalo le tlo etsa jwang hore le kgone ho bona di position di kenywa hantle le nya batho ba tshwanetseng di post
in the MK ntatelano kore ho tlokinywa batho ba tlamile hore ba sebetse. One, we are not here just to serve the interest of us as politicians, but we are here to serve the mandate of the people, so that we should actually serve our people. We are here where we are, and it's not because of us, but we are here because of the people. So we are here to serve our people as MK.
Jwale any change just le kopana tsona kana kwa tsa dikgetho on different voting stations as well the MK.
Yes, we did discover some discrepancies in the way we end up saying that it is fine, we are moving forward. Then
jwale motho a ka tjho hore kwa reng mantswe ha kgothatso batho ba le ba votetse MK. What are you saying to them, those who are at home who voted the MK to be where it is now?
We are saying to our people who voted in MK, re kopa hore le re emele mme ka ho fetisa ha re tlo anything e tleng ho le nyahamisa empa se re tleng ho setsa just to keep the momentum and see to it hore mo re leng teng re bueng teng hore o sebetswe ka ro di province tsa rona ka hare ho di masepala tsa rona hohle mo re tabeng MK leng teng batho ba itshepileng teng re tlo tlisa hore ho sebeletswe setjhaba, because we are here hantle ka setjhaba, so we are here to serve setjhaba sa rona.
I guess all about aware Hussein system IC laba off. What's take on that?
Ha ba re ke di technicalities and ba bua ka hore system ilawa ha ona ntho re ka re di phoso di teng and hangata rena le re phoso e tsamaya le mohatisi.
Intentional.
I can comment on that. They are the ones who knows.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank
you. Makiena ntate ho tswa ka mona ka MK o sa buile ka nnete hore ba tabile haholo up to so far so good. Mokgatlo wa bona ntse o sebetsa hantle hona jwale jena ke na le ntate ho tswa African Christian Democratic Party. Ke bona ka nnete ka mona hey na o happy ka di-results tsa lona?
Ha ke qale ka national ya rona ha o ka checka di-results tsa rona tsa national ka 2019 re ne re sebedisang mara ha o ntse o sheba hana jwale tjena ha ka kgotsofala empa ntho e nkgotsofatsang ke hore ho sana le di-vote tse tlong di-mail ha di so balwe ke yona le tlo balwe ho e re fa tshepo ya hore nationally re ka kgona ho retaina ditulo tse nang le tsona le regioneng ya rona ya Freystata ha ke kgotsofala haholo empa di-vote jwale ka ke sho di-vote bona ntse tla le province ntse di tla den ha re shebe ha tsa ntse le tsamaya hona re tle be re eme kae
jwale any challenges tse le kopa tsona jwalo ka ha le African Christian Democratic Party ka nako tsa dikgetho?
Because now batho ba bang ine le hona ba re ba kala utlwa ka mokgatlo wa African e leng ACDP 9 ntse le kae na ntse re etsa re ntse re le teng ene ya bobedi ba ke hore ne re le medium batho ba kgona ho mamela ene ke hore re teng council ya Mangaung re representate mono ke ntho tse ngata ntse re di etsa mme ka baka la hore ne re sa bona hale hakalo tabeng go di chelete wa se ba re province chelete e nyenyana ke tsona ntho tse ileng tsa di challenge tsa rona di ntho re ga tobana le sona.
Jwale ka ke ka bua o ha ke tsebana o la ba hlokomela hore seng sima ila ya team kapa ya ba le bothata ba offline jwale na ona na sena se etsa internal le kapa
re le mokgatlo wa ACDP jwale ka mokgatlo wa Bokrese re ke be ra re intentionally rona re ne se fela re from the national office ya rona ba re bole rona ho exercising then ke mo ha ba keta ontsha maikutlo a bona le rona province ya re ntsha maikutlo a rona so re sign hana jwale re utlwa rona bothata bone bo le bofeng and jwale o ka ipotsa rona at the national results center system e be ba down and how ka check ho itswe itlong ka hour mari within 30 minutes or less than 30 minutes ke a khutlela hape. So ke tse ding tsa dintho tse o tshwantseng re di check gore na IEC hlalose gore na bothata bo bile kae. Re ke sabotage ka mokgwa batho ba bolang ka teng mara tshwanetse re shebe gore na bothata bo bile kae gobane rona ga le mokgatlo wa EDP ha re mokgatlo o reng ha re kosa pele re fumana bonnete. So ha re fumana bonnete pele ha re qeta ho fumana bonnete re be re no this is the issue re leng ho yona.
ECDP ne le batla hore mohlomong bonyane National Assembly be le fumane ditulo tse kae?
Hantle ha o ka sheba from 2019 ne re le mo top 16 so ne re batla ho tloha top 16 re top 5 ka mantswe ke bua ka bo ditulo tse ka bang 10 ke yona ntho ya rona re shebileng eno
na ha o shebile le tla e fumana
jwalo ka ha ke le kona ntse khiba ha re yemele ya bobedi go ntse ala me di nyediso ma ya ke re so re ke ra account tsuonyana mahe aso so ha re emele mahe go iqhotse ha qeta o qhotsa teng ke tla o tla mpitsa ke teng
jwale e potswa ka ya o qetela mantswe a hao a buang ho batho ba leng hore ba ile ba votela ECDP ke afeng mantswe a kgothatso go bona
ge le mokgatlo wa ECDP re batla ho leboha batho bohle ba South Africa ba Freestata ka ho tswa ho vota because now if o sa vota qeto e nngwe le e nngwe e tlonkua e tlo affect if o dutse ha o re nna o vota because now at the age le dimong tse 30 years ha ona tso re di fumaneng di service ya di a fitla rona matlo di toilet ntse tseo wena o tshwantse bo tswile o kgone o change mara if o ntse o dutse ka tlong o sa vota so ka mantswe ntho e tlo ntho eo re iphete hape e fitla ipheta le monse ke ka baka la hao jwale rona re lebo haholo re mokgatlo wa ECDP go ba bohle ba votileng le ditho tsa rona re shebile 2026 ha re ka mona sentse re lemela 2026
a re le ntate
ke le buile ntate wa ka
ke ena ntate ho tswa mona mokgeng wa ECDP ntate Rampai ho tswa mona mokgeng wa ECDP ho jwale tjena ke tlo buisana le ntate ho tswa ho UDM re utlwe hore na bona ba ntse ba tsamaya jwang dumela ntate hai ke a bona se le sebetsa mona ke ka ha ntse ka lo post mona na le 18 o thabile haholo hona jwale o thabile ka hona ka mokgwa
ya thabile ka mokgwa because already re bona hore na le stulo ka national and then also ra bereka ra bona hore dintho da etsala and then also re tla bona hore ndaba re tla ba na le stulo mona Free State happy and then also I'm so happy because this is the first time we are UDM is staying on the IC platform over for 26 years. So the president really not happy wa bona hore na there's a changes. So le pilite hona jwale.
Ha re ka sheba ho seng ho la bala bothata ba IEC system ya ba offline. Do you think is it intentional kapova?
Some things what they can be but we can't say it is intentional because wa bona hore dilo even that was not a program and then going with the phone the offline but also the IC this was that things here if there is a offline they can continue to operate manually so I don't think that is intentional.
Any challenges up to so far regarding divorce and everything?
For now so what that's allowed into but for now at our side we I can't complain because I guess we money. So there's no way I said no. They still trying to point the fingers at each other. More kinto. Mona mali man sanda sare stunya la khakai bone nje. Tie kada khakai bone robo haliva. Mara pari khono bona ya no mona. There's no inga khono bo makaribulele dinto the thing. But even the old parties, the already they know yaure. Everything is going according. Yes.
Any words of encouragement to batho voters in kaofela o ka reng ho bona
ke a leboha kaofela ba re voted by UDM and ke re haman and prosperity light is come ha re ba lebala re tla mo bona the service delivery if re fumane stulo service delivery e tla ba up to date le bona batho ba bona hore ka nnete batho bona ba ra dimaka ba ra dan nnete
ke le bile
ke a leboha
ke ntate ho tswa ho UDM hona jwale jana ke tlo sora ntate ho tswa ho PAC re tlo utlwa hore na bona na up to so far wana ba thabile ka jwang tumela ntate re te
amna tela ka ngwane so
ra phela and bona national balo le mono na happy up to so far
re tla kana go ngotla re thabile kana go ngotla ga khotsofala mara ha o ya ka dipapalo ka mokgontse ditlate e fona gona palo e ngata e soka
e romela kwano mona joine re bonyane mpele re theole matshwafo a nyane re emela dipalopalo di fitlha kaofela.
Mathata ile la kopana lona nakong tsa dikgetho na ke afeng jwalo ka le PAC?
Mathata re kopana ke a ntho batho ba disability ba sa itekanelang di-line ma ba batho ba sa ba emisi bana ba emisa nako e telele line ba sa ba fe sebaka gore ba mpe ba kene ba fete bana ba kula ba dipilisi go na le ba bang ba ile gore ba tshwara ba mo ntho mo di-voting station.
Jwale ha re ka tjho ke tsebo sengwe la bona hore system ya IEC ile ba offline na sena na ona na is it intentional ka pho?
Ntho tse ding bana ka bana se re bone body ntho di-box di-ballot box tse ding di fumana kae le ho tima dintho tse jwalo tse fumana tse di nyamela o tlo fumana se re qetella re belaela o ka nnete mona yona le ka gona le ho etsuwang go sa o tholeng hantle na ho etsela jwang a re beile di fole rona re shebile rona ho tsala jwang ngwaneso
a kore fa o di bala ho be ho di nyametse ho kae go fe mamedi mo hae mo tse iposa mhlomo
engwe ene le districting ya ama ke ya ka Qwaqwa sa teng tsa Qwaqwa e ka ona voting station ngo ballot box engwe nyametse ka mo but a ka qetetse re fumana bopaki bo hantle ona e fumana ile gore ho ntse jwang
mantswe a ka buang ho batho ba lona ba PAC ke afeng o ba leboha ba ile ba bona bohlokwa ba le kgethe ke afeng
ke le bua ka isa ditebo haholo ba itseng ba ntseng bonnete ba hore ba kenya vote ya rona kgetho ya rona ya fa PAC ke nana kgetho ya bona ba ska bang ka hore ke kgetho e leng hore a kgetha hantle mara bonneteng ha o shebisa bona ke batho ba kgetho ya bona ra ile bua le re lebola le matsapa eo ba ntseng hore ba kgethe mokgatlo wa rona
ke le bileng tate
tangi mo le sekolo
ke yena ntate ho tswa ho PAC hona jwale jana ke lebisana le ntate Roy ho tswa ho DA. Morning Mr. Roy, how are you?
Fine, thanks. And you?
I can see that on the national ballot doing so good as you expected. How are you feeling?
We're very excited at the moment because, especially in the Free State, we've been on a trajectory of growth. In 2004, we were just over 8%, and now we'll probably end up in the 20%. So at the same time, the ANC in 2004 were at 81%, and they'll come down to the lower 50s. So we're looking forward to a good result. There's just 13% of the capturing that still has to come in, and then we'll have the final result.
So in the morning, the system of IEC, it was offline. What's your take? Do you think is it intentional or?
We don't know what the reason is that it was offline. They say it was some technical glitch, but we have lots of objections with the IEC. Also with the capture, there have been some issues where we've seen that the results on the ground differ from the capturing, and we've lodged objections regarding those. So we are a little bit concerned about the IEC systems, and also on election day, obviously, they dropped us big time.
So what are the words of encouragement to the DA members who voted for you, who have hope that you would change things? What are you saying to them?
Well, we want to thank all those voters out there who voted for the Democratic Alliance. You didn't make a mistake, because even if we're not going to get into government this round, we continue with our attempts to oust the ANC in the Free State to bring the services that people deserve. But in opposition, we'll continue to be an effective opposition, because we haven't up till now. We'll continue to ensure that investigations take place into administration and corruption in the Free State. So the people who voted for the DA didn't make a mistake. They obviously were confident in the DA, and we will not disappoint them. We will continue to do what we do well, and that is to be an effective opposition and to prepare ourselves for a future government, because that's obviously our purpose in the Free State, because the Free State needs rescuing. So it doesn't stop now. We'll continue with that, and there's another election in 5 years. 5 years goes just like that. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
This is Mr. Roy from the Democratic Alliance. He seems to be happy because they up to so far they're also doing good. I could say that most of the parties they are quite happy up to so far. And sa re kutlile hore ka nnete mahasedikgetho tsena ha se soka di fella ho ntse ba tlo rona ba tlo kena ditseneng tsa di-municipal ba kena tse ding tsa di-region ba tlo di tlo kopanywa kaofela hore na ho etsalang ke tla ka mono ngwaneso re na le ntate hape ho tswa ho act dumela
Thabile mo bane ntate dumela ntate
Hey, dintho di fetula ke se re bua puo engwe e se le different jole ha up to so far o thabile
no re batla re kgotsofetse ntate ho feta maobane hopola re na le kgoditse robong re teta ho kena tabeng tsena tsa hore re campaign jale bonnete ma South Africa le ma Free State ba bontshitse tshietso e kgolo mokgatlong wa haiso wa act re batla re thabile la o sheba dipalo maobane re le bo ma 7 hana jwala o sheba re mathamano ho ma 11 and the percentages are ho qetto ho bala ho setse the 16%. So nte re level tse pheto tse kgolo hore ka bona ntse re phahama you can even iphumana re le top 5 ya Free State.
Jwale re bona o seng system ya IC e ba off na le act le ka rena was it intentional into your system e ba off
wa bona ntate re na le tshepo IEC re le mokgatlo wa act mara nthonyana tse ka ntsenana bonneteng di bana le kgwahonyana hobane hape ho na le station tse di mane Thabo Mofutsanyana ka ho qolle ya qwaqwa nakong e leng ntse o kgethuwa motlakase lwa tsamaya jwale ntho tse ka ntse ntate di ya o bontsha hore kae hona le ntho tse banang le dipotso ba bona bonneteng IEC tlo tshwanela e shebe system ya ba sebetsang ka yona ka metjhini ena ba e sebedisang neneng in Asia ma le di-stationeng tse ding jwale bonnete ntho tse ka ntse ntate di ha di monate ha di monate ho handa
na o ka reng o ma act hape ba ntse ba nya vote tse ntseng di baliwa ba reng ba ra le tshepa le act re batla lo re buella ka mane ka parlamenteng na o ka reng
no ke re ba re tshepe ska ba bontshitse tshepo ya bona ho rona hore ba re votele la re se re kene parlamenteng re tla tshepahala ditshepisong tseo ba re romang ka tsona parlamenteng le ditshepiso tse re di entseng ha o sheba t-shirt tsa rona re campaigna ka tsona di na le di 16 pillars ya manifesto ya rona taba ya pele ke taba ya thuto bana ba rona ntate re ya tseba nakong e mo ntate Magashule le mo primary ka yona bana ba ile ba iswa dikolong ka ntlona re na le dingaka ka sheko ka ra South Africa re na le bana ba ileng ba lo ithuta agriculture bo China bo Madeira and so forth so re today bana ba rona ba sokola NSFAS simple thing e lo re ne sa etsale pele so re tlo godisa ntho tse dulo ke ndate
ke lebile ntate o buile ke bona ha o thabile tsa tsela ka jennela happy ya ba so ka fella di kgetho ba happy up to so far so good
no re tabile ntate re jumpa jalo ka tennis ball ntate re tlo loma jalo ka notes
yo shebile ke lebile ke ena ntate ho tswa ka mona ka act eme o bontsha a thabile haholo ka mokgatlo wa bona o ntse o tsa ka teng mme ngwana tsona tse ke ra le tsona ho fitlela ha jwale mo dilapeng re khutlile hape re na le ntate ho tswa mona ho ADC. Yeah. Good morning.
Good afternoon. Good
Good afternoon. I'm so sorry, I had never watched Good afternoon.
I'm nice, and how are you?
I'm good. Up to so far, how is APC rather, feeling about the results?
Well, the results are there, but they are not that good. But we know what would be the problem. But we're going to work hard now continuously, and we know we will get some other spaces whereby there will be need for us to work hard so that we can get to all these places that we're supposed to be. I would say that way because, yeah, the numbers I was still hoping because we are busy sitting here and watching the numbers.
Any initiatives for your members to recruiting issues, any ballots that we're missing, any drama happened during things?
The next thing with me here in Free State. Yeah, he said he encountered some, but then he did not mention them in such a way that we can take up to. But we would pick up if then there was, it seems like there was not much complaints because we would have picked them up already by now.
Early in the morning today, we saw that the IEC system was offline. Do you think was it intentional? What's your take on that?
Well, to that one, I just got late here because I started to do some things and I hear that there was a problem like that. So I'm just thinking it was a technical glitch because I didn't know that there's something that was done, but then it was, you know, there's a box that lost in KZN, for example, and then people are saying it was already counted, and then what would you say if it's counted, then why it was taken? So all those things, there are problems that are playing around here, but yeah, we hope for the best. Everything that is happening, yeah, let the good one win, but the bad one we'll deal with as time goes on. We still have 5 years from now.
As you are the APC, do you have a trust or trust the IEC?
There's no way that I suppose they are doing this. They've been doing this for so long, and you know that they're supposed to do this with good due diligence. But even there are those that put on their side, then let it be because it's always something like that. But one day everyone will be caught with doing wrong.
Any words of encouragement to those who voted the APC?
AP is a president, ladies and gentlemen. You remember our president is President Temba. He is the one who has investigated a lot of corruptions in that parliament. He was heading at that particular time. Until now is out. But I'm thinking one chairperson of the SCOPA is very well. But I think if we can try and get other people in and go there, I think we can still do more because remember we need to work to get anything going. But I'm saying work together with the people that are doing good, not the people that are going to spoil everything. Then we think everything will go right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
This is a member of APC. He was saying that everything up to so far is moving okay. Now I have a member of the Economic Freedom Fighters. Do you mind that? Randle.
Thanks for having us.
EF, are you happy for the results? I expect a lot. But what are you feeling? How are you feeling with the EFF?
Well, we feel okay. We think Ground Forces they did a good job, Shem, and when you look at it, the percentage speaks for itself, and we are hoping to gain more traction. If possible, the ANCs go below 50. That's what we are hoping for, so that its arguments must tone down a bit. DA, we're hoping to pass DA. But we'll listen to South Africans when they speak. They are giving us the mandate, or right now we're listening to them. So until the third day has sung, we'll not confidently say we are. But the EFF general is faring quite well, although we're disappointed by the turnout, but what's any percentage is quite good. And chances are it even increase seats.
We saw that on the nationals, you are now the fourth to so far. Are you happy? And it's something that we never expected, as we are the citizens of South Africa, to see the MK coming with that change, because it's shocking. Even them, they're shocked maybe. What's your take on that?
Look, I think what is more important about that picture is the ANC is brought down to less than 50%. So its majority has toned down. It means anyone can either constitute government with ANC to literally exercise oversight over it, or opposition can constitute, but we are depending on their ship guys on that. But leave that. EFF shame on its own, as much as we felt percentage until everything is cash when it comes to that. We dropped from 1.8, I think, to just under a million. But it's about the concern that used to loot from our poor can no longer loot anymore. So I think EFF contributed immensely on that. So as to whether the MK will do what it promises, which we don't know, because they did not even have a manifesto, it remains to be seen. Whatever they did, because they can say we didn't promise anybody anything, so we have to do everything. So what's Africans and blank check, and we respect that.
Early in the morning, we saw that the IC system was offline. What's the take on that? Do you think it's intentional?
Well, we don't think what to losers because but EC on its own, I think these elections were quite heavy on them. They accepted slightly. They had a lot of challenges that they never really had before. Section D4s were a problem. 9As, the Appendix 9 was also a problem. So here and there they experienced quite far more problems than they did because some of the tests were away. But in terms of general work, we can't really blame them. I think it can happen to anyone. We just don't want restrictions and say the process was not free, and we want to say that. But so far, I think they really need to improve. He said that the assessment of this becoming that can be like no remember back in this work that it was swinging the same. So also, do you think he can go up and go straight? These are politics. It's freeing. It needs to depend on another party to come, another problem. It can't fully execute policies. And there's already infighting. We don't know the real commander there. Is it close? Is it Kumal? You really do not know. So it starts off with dust. It runs speedily as to whether they can contain it. That needs to be seen. And majority of analysts are raising time to time tribalism that comes with it. If it's true or not, that may be. But safe to say they fare it very well. And we congratulate them.
It was encouragement to the fighters vote for you. What are you saying?
Well, we've seen fighters breaking their backs for the organization. This campaign, they really posted over the ad. It was a massive, beautiful campaign. So we like to thank every one of them. We've seen their sweat, and I think South Africans also receive it's deserved. Otherwise, we would not have reached every corner of Free State, every corner of South Africa did not been of them. So we'd like to thank you very much. Let's continue building some further.
Thank you very much. At least the movement saying that they are happy. And now I will be talking to a member of the Action SA regarding how are they feeling about Papa. I'm happy up to far about the results.
I'm happy is a different word. I would say I'm happy. I'm a little bit confident. I'm not happy. I don't see. I don't identify with that leaderboard. I'm not identifying with that leaderboard because I know the amount of but not negligent. So I will not forgive them if it is negligence. So that is
So any changes that you contact during elections?
Come again?
Any changes that you contact?
Yeah, within ourselves, we had challenges. We know we're not pushing. Basically, I think that is that would have enabled us to move around. That was the big challenge.
dealt with them, and honestly, the challenges were not so much. Yes, here and there they were, but they were not so much.
Are you quite happy up to so far about the results? You know that they are not yet complete, but are you quite happy as you're the PA?
Up to so far, I will say we are happy.
So far, so good.
So far, so good.
One last thing that you want to say to the people who voted for you. I know that you got Hated Alki Alona, and words of encouragement for people about Hated Al.
You know, to the Hate Dallas, the Free Staters as well, we want to say we thank you very much for the hard work, commitment, and loyalty. It has been a teamwork, and we thank you so much. Further we go, and together we stand.
Yes, thank you very much. Ke mme ho tswa ho PA ya buang hore o tabile haholo fela ha bona dintho di ntse di tsamaya up to so far so good. Ba fumane le Hated Al, so ba happy, ba so happy. Lona mona wa smile. She's happy. She's happy. So I'll be talking to different political parties regarding their numbers since already for the votes, and to hear from different political parties how are they feeling, and what do they want. Okay, how many seats did they wish to get? So I'll be talking to different political parties. So by now, okay, thank you. By now I'll be talking with the IFP. Talking about them, having a conversation with them. Dumela ntate re teng le kae o phetse?
Sikhona nge right.
O philile. Ayi siyabona ukuthi apha on the national ballot IFP isebenza kahle. Are you happy up so far?
Yeah, although there are issues that I can say, in fact, since the special voting took place, were not good as far as we're given some reports, especially from Kwa side, Poputa Jaba, where they told us that during the second day, there were less people who cast their vote than the actual ballots that were found. It was early in the morning, 3 people having voted, but I'm told that they got that there were many more ballots than what happened physical. And then they were suspicious that there were ballots, papers that were put inside the box, but I don't know, because all the political parties will expect them to put that concern and complaint forward. And at Bethlehem again, we were told that there were also irregularities that happened, and we also expect that those things are put forward. When it comes to capturing here, we know people are working very hard, but we don't know whether it's deliberate or whatever. Other concern and complaint is that almost 500 or more than 500 votes were found to have been put in the wrong place by the capturers. But it was maybe fatigue, or if it was not a deliberate. But we are still going to follow on that at the end, because all these objections and complaints were lodged with the IEC. Otherwise, what we are getting so far, I know that we are left with almost 20%, almost 20%, less than 20%, because 82% has been covered. So 84 or 24 or 20 something or 19 or 18 are still going to be covered. But we wait and see. But we are a bit happy that we are there. Come 2026, local government, they will know. We were concerned about people not tolerant when it comes to our political material, because they had to take down our posters all over Sasolburg, Metsmahulu, here in Bloemfontein, Mangaung, or at all the towns. All our posters were taken down. We took note of that. We are concerned about intolerance when it comes to that. But in fighting and physical fighting in the Free State, I can say I didn't see any of such nature. That's what I can appreciate. the only thing that I can see also that the working relationship between the political parties as well as the IEC is very cordial. I can see that. Yeah.
I didn't know. Are you aware that in the morning the IEC election, the system was offline? How do you feel as to IFP? Do you think was it intentional or what?
I didn't like that. I saw that it was they called it as a crash, because for some times we couldn't see anything because of that, and then after a few hours it came back nationally, and then later on joined by the provinces. That also undermined the credibility of the IEC, and it will also give the IEC lots of questions, because people won't be happy. We are not happy with some of the issues as I've raised. We are not happy with that also. It didn't go well with us. It doesn't sit well with us. I'm not going to talk about what's happening where I come from, but some of the things, in fact, took us by surprise.
Let's go to Durban, KwaZulu-Natal. We saw that the MK got higher numbers of votes than the IFP. What's your take on that?
Well, it's still early. They've covered around 60, just above 60%. They are still left with about 35 or 30, just between 30 and 40%. We're still going to see something better, but we might have more information once we are there. Because, for instance, I am a member of the NEC of the IFP, a member of the National Council of the IFP. We will get the summary report. Once we come there, I reporting on behalf of the Northern Cape and also Free State what I observed, and then those people who are there telling me what happened there. Because we were sure that the IFP was going to lead. The NC, as you heard, their national chairperson, they thought we were going to feature more prominently as the IFP. We don't know what happened, but I wouldn't say there's something there. We wish those who might get this thing good luck, but the most important thing that's still going to happen, of forming your government, of working for the people that elected you. Do you have that in mind? Were you prepared to be there? And are you going to be able to do the actual work? That's what we wait and see.
But overall, the IFP is quite happy about the results.
I can't be happy because I put more effort, I put more energy, I put more resources. When we are running, everybody would like to win the race, but you might have some problems along the way, not to finish the race at the speed and at the tempo you expected to finish. But we'll wait and see.
Thank you very much.
Feel welcome. Thank you.
This is the representative of Inkatha Freedom Party saying that they are not quite happy about the results up to so far, but they will wait to get overall results. I'm here with the member of the Mkhonto Wesizwe. Dumela ntatele hantle.
Re phetse ntatele na le phetse jwang?
Re phetse. Hey, ra bona mona ho national ballot. Hey MK e fitlile. Ra bona le sebeditse hantle. Ena le thabile ka di results le fumaneng.
I must say that so far so good. Re thabile haholo wa bona la hore ka nnete ma MK wohle kaofela na tshepuwe bakeng sa mosebetsi o ba tse mosebetsi fatshe. Our ground forces ba ntse mosebetsi o motle. So re thabile as we are seeing the results today.
Jwale batho ba ka botsa hore if ka hopola ha khopi ne qala e qedile e se ya hodimo. Now if you wap fatshe. Now MK na re ka expect ntwe jwalo. Le tlo etsa jwang hore le kgone ho bona di position di kenywa hantle le nya batho ba tshwanetseng di post to.
In the MK ntatelana ko re ho tlo kenywa batho ba tlamile hore ba sebetse. One, we are not here just to serve the interest of us as politicians, but we are here to serve the mandate of the people, so that we should actually serve our people. We are here where we are, Handland is not because of us, but we are here because of the people. So we are here to serve our people as MK.
Jwale any changes tse le la kopana tsona kana kwa tsa dikgetho on different voting stations as to the MK?
Yes, we did discover some discrepancies in tse ileng tsa etsahala tse rileng tsa nna tsa re fa mathata mare the way dintho re le ka teng we end up saying that it is fine, we are moving forward. Re batla ho lebella fela hore re bone hore na ke eng e tla reng ha o qetellwa re ifumane then re nke e re ifumaneng re matheka yona.
Jwale motho a ka tjho hore ka reng mantswe ha kgothatso ho batho ba le ba votetse MK. What are you saying to them? Those are at home who voted the MK to be where it is now.
We are saying to our people ba voting MK re kopa hore le re emele mme ka o fitisa ha re tloetsa anything e tleng hore ho le nyahamisa empa se re tleng o setse just to keep the momentum and see to it hore mo re leng teng re beuweng teng hore o sebetswe ka hare ho di-province tsa rona ka hare ho dimasepala tsa rona hohle mo re tabeng MK leng teng batho ba itshepileng teng re tlo tlisa hore ho sebeletswe setjhaba because we are here hantle ka setjhaba, so we are here to serve setjhaba sa rona.
I guess Olaba aware hore Hussein system ya IC laba off. What's your take on that?
Ha ba re ke di-technicalities and ba bua ka hore system ilawa ha ona ntho re ka re diphoso di teng and hangata rena le hore phoso e tsamaya le mohatisi.
Do you think it's intentional?
I cannot comment on that. They are the ones who knows.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Makena ntate ho tswa ka mona ka MK o sa buile ka nnete hore ba tabile haholo up to so far so good. Mokgatlo wa bona ntse o sebetsa hantle. Hona jwale jena ke na le ntate ho tswa ho African Christian Democratic Party. Dumela ntate.
So ngwana mme
O hantle o phetse.
ke phetse wena o phetse.
Ke phetse ke a bona ka nnete ka mona hey na o happy ka di results tsa lona.
Ha ke qale ka national ya rona ha o ka checka di results tsa rona tsa national ka 2019 re ne re sebeditse hantle mara fa empa ntho e nkgotsofatsang ke hore ho sana le di-vote tse tlo di metro ha di so balwe ke yona le tlo balwa ho re fa tshepo ya hore nationally re ka kgona ho retain ditulo tsena rena le tsona le regioneng ya rona ya Freystata ha ke kgotsofale haholo empa di-vote jwale ka ke sho di-vote kona ntse di tla le province ntse di tla den ha re shebe ha tsatsi ntse le tsamaya hona re tle be re eme kae.
Jwale any challenges tse ile tsa kopana le tsona jwalo ka ha le African Christian Democratic Party ka nako tsa dikgetho
di bile ngata because now batho ba bang ine le hona ba re ba kala utlwa ka mokgatlo wa African e leng ACDP 9 ntse ile kae nane ntse re etsa re ntse re le teng ene ya bobedi ba ke hore ne re le medium batho ba kgona ho mamela ene ke hore re teng counseling ya Mangaung re representate mono ke ntho tse ngata ntse re di etsa mme ka baka la hore ne re sa bona hale hakalo tabeng tsa bo ditjhelete wa se ba re le province tjhelete e nyenyana so ke tsona ntho tse ileng tsa di-challenge tsa rona le dintho re ka tobana le sona.
Jwale ka ke ka bua o ha ke tsebe na o la hlokomela hore seng system ya IC ila ya team kapa ila ba le bothatanyana ba offline jwale na ona na sena se etsa intentional ka potso
re le mokgatlo wa ACDP jwale ka mokgatlo wa bo Krese re ke be ra re intentionally rona re emetse fela report from the national office ya rona ba re bolle rona ho exercising then ke mo ha ba keta ontsha maikutlo a bona le rona province tle re ntsha maikutlo a rona so re sign hana jwale re utlwa rona bothata bone bo le bofeng ene jwale o ka ipotsa rona at the national results center system e be ba down ene ha o ka checka ho itswe itlong ka hour mari within 30 minutes or less than 30 minutes ke a khutlela hape so ke tse dintsa dintho tse o tshwantseng re di check hore na IEC hlalose hore na bothata bo bile kae re ke be ra re ke sabotage ka mokgwa batho ba lang ka teng mara tshwanetse re shebe hore na bothata bo bile kae hobane rona ga le mokgatlo wa ICDP ha re mokgatlo o reng ha re batlo re o qosa pele re fumana bonnete so ha re fumana bonnete pele ha re ka fumana bonnete re be re no this is the issue re leng ho yona.
Jwalo ka le ACDP ne le batla hore mohlomong bonyane National Assembly be le fumane ditulo tse kae
hantle ha o ka sheba from 2019 ne re le mo top 6 so ne re batla ho tloa top 6 re top 5 ka mantswe ke bua ka bo ditulo tse ka bang 10 ke yona ntho ya rona re shebileng eno
na ha o shebile le tla e fumana
jwalo ka ha ke itse kgwale kona ntse khiba ha re yemele ya bobedi go ntse ala mme di nyeditse mahi a kere so re ke be ra ga counter tsuenyana mahi aso so ha re emele mahi a go iqhotse ha ka tla o qhotsa teng ke tla o tla mpitsa ntse ke le teng
jwale e potswa ka ya o qetela mantswe a hao a buang ho batho ba leng hore ba ile ba votela ACDP ke afeng mantswe a kgothatso go bona
re le mokgatlo wa ACDP re batla ho leboha batho bohle ba South Africa ba Freystata ka ho tswa ho lo vota because now if o sa vota qeto e nngwe le e nngwe e tlo nkuwa e tlo affect if o dutse ha hore no ha ke na ho vota because now at the le dimong tse 30 years ha ona ntse re di fumaneng di service ya di a fitla hore na matlo di toilet ntse tseo wena o tshwanetse bo o tswile o kgone ho change mara if o ntse o dutse ka tlung o sa vota so ka mantswe ntho eo re iphete hape e fitla ipheta le monse ke ka baka la hao jwale rona re lebo haholo re mokgatlo wa ICDP go batho bohle ba votileng le ditho tsa rona re shebile 2026 ha re tloa mona sentse re lemela 2026
a re lebile ntate
ke lebile ntate wa ka
ke ena ntate ho tswa mona mokgeng wa ACD ntate Rampai ho tswa mona mokgeng ona wa ACDP ho jwale tjena ke tlo buisana le ntate ho tswa ho UDM re utlwe hore na bona ba ntse ba tsamaya jwang dumela ntate hai ke a bona ntse le sebetsa mona ke ka ha ntse qala post mona nna le 18 o thabile haholo hona jwale tjena o thabile ka hona ka mokgwa
ya ke thabile ka mokgwa because already re bona hore na le stulo ka nationally and then also ra bereka ra bona hore dintho da etsala and then also re tla bona hore tla ba re na le stulo mona Free State happy and then also I'm so happy because this is the first time we are UDM is staying on the IC platform over for 26 years so le president re no thabile wa bona hore na there's a changes so le pilite yona jwale no
ha re ka sheba ho seng ho la bala bothata ba IC system ya ba offline do you think is it intentional kapova
some things what they can be but we can't say it is intentional because wa bona hore dilo even that was not in the IC program and ana going with the phone they ba offline but also the IC this was that things here if there is a offline they can continue to operate manually so I don't think that is intentional sir.
Any challenges up to so far regarding the votes and everything?
For now, but for now, at our side, I can't complain because I guess we born. So there's no way I said no. They still trying to point the fingers at each other. More kinto mona mali man sanda sare stunya da khakai bone ti pa da khakai bone robo haliva mara mpari khono bona ya no mona there's no inga khono bua ma ka re bolele dintho tse dingwe but even the old parties already they know yaure everything is going according yes
any words of encouragement to batho le votetseng kaofela o ka reng ho bona
ke a leboha kaofela ba re votetse ba UDM and ke re haman and then prosperity light is come ha re ba libala re tla mo bona the service delivery if you're from to service delivery it ba up to date le bona batho ba bona hore ka nnete batho bona ba ra dimaka ba ra da nnete
ke lebile ntate
ke a leboha
ke ntate ho tswa ho UDM hona jwale tjena ke tlo swara ntate ho tswa ho PAC re tlo utlwa hore na bona na up to so far wana ba thabile ka jwang tumela ntate re teng le
ka mna tele ka ngwane so
re a phela ntate re bona national ballot le teng mono na le happy up to so far
re tla kana go ngotla re thabile kana go ngotla ga khotsofala mara ha o ya ka dipalapalo ka mkhontse ditla ka teng e fona gona palo ngata e suka e romela kwano mona jene re bonyane mpere re theole matshwafo a nyane re emela dipalapalo di fitla ka ofela
mathata ile la kopana le lona nakong tsa dikgetho na ke afeng jwalo ka le PAC
mathata re kopana na ke antho batho ba disability ba sa itekanelang di line ma ba batho ba bana sa ba emisi bana ba emisa na go telele line ba sa ba fe sebaka go bampe ba kene ba fete le bana ba kula ba na dipilisi hona le ba bambe le go ba tshwara ba mo ntho mo di voting station
jwale ha re ka tsho ke tsebo sengwe la bona hore system ya IC ile ba offline na sena na ona na is it intentional ka pro
ntho tse ding bana ka bana se re bone body ntho di box di ballot box tse ding di fumana kae le ho tima dintho tse jwalo tse fumana tse di nyamela o tlo fumana se re qetella re belaela o ka nete mona yona le ka hona le ho etsuwang ho sa o tholeng hantle na ho etsala jwang mara ntse re beile di hlole rona re shebile rona ho etsala jwang ngwaneso
a kore fa o di ballot ho be ho di nyametse ho kae go fe mo mamedi mo hae mo ntse iposa mhlomo
engwe ene le districting ya ama ke mafu ya ka Qwaqwa sa teng tsa Qwaqwa ka ona voting station ngo ballot box engwe nyametse ka mo but a ka qetetse re fumane bopaki bo hantle hore na e fumanehile or ho entse jwang.
mantswe a ka buang ho batho ba lona ba PAC ke afeng o ba leboha ba ileng ba bona bohlokwa ba ba lekgethe ke afeng?
Ke leboha ke tlaisa ditebo haholo ho ba itseng ba entseng bonnete ba hore ba kenya vote ya rona kgetho ya rona ba e fa PAC. Ke nahana kgetho ya bona ba ska bang ka hore ke kgetho e leng hore ba kgetha hantle mara bonneteng ha o shebisa o fumana ke batho ba kgetho ya bona ra e leboha ene re lebola le matsapa eo ba entseng hore ba kgethe mokgatlo wa rona.
Ke lebile ntate.
Thank you Molsekedi.
Ke ena ntate ho tswa ho PAC hona jwale jana ke hlobisana le ntate Roy ho tswa ho DA. Morning Mr. Roy. How are you?
Fine, thanks. And you?
I can see that on the national ballot you are doing so good, as you expected. How are you feeling?
Well, we're very excited at the moment because, especially in the Free State, we've been on a trajectory of growth. In 2004, we were just over 8%, and now we'll probably end up in the 20%. So at the same time, the ANC in 2004 were at 81%, and they'll come down to the lower 50s. So we're looking forward to a good result. There's just 13% of the capturing that still has to come in, and then we'll have the final result.
So in the morning, the system of IEC, it was offline. What's your take? Do you think is it intentional or?
We don't know what the reason is that it was offline. They say it was some technical hitch, but we have lodged a lot of objections with the IEC, also with the capturing. There have been some issues where we've seen that the results on the ground differ from the capturing, and we've lodged objections regarding those. So we are a little bit concerned about the IEC systems, and also on election day, obviously, they dropped us big time.
So what are the words of encouragement to the DA members who voted for you, who have hope that you would change things? What are you saying to them?
Well, we want to thank all those voters out there who voted for the Democratic Alliance. You didn't make a mistake, because even if we're not going to get into government this round, we continue with our attempts to oust the ANC in the Free State, to bring the services that the people deserve. But even in opposition, we'll continue to be an effective opposition, because we have been up until now. We'll continue to ensure that those investigations take place into maladministration and corruption in the Free State. So the people who voted for the DA didn't make a mistake. They obviously were confident in the DA, and we will not disappoint them. We will continue to do what we do well, and that is to be an effective opposition and to prepare ourselves for a future government, because that's obviously our purpose in the Free State, because the Free State needs rescuing. So it doesn't stop now. We'll continue with that, and there's another election in 5 years. 5 years goes just like that. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
This is Mr. Roy from the Democratic Alliance. He seems to be happy because they up to so far they're also doing good. I could say that most of the parties, they are quite happy up to so far, and sa re kutlile hore ka nnete mahasirikgatho tsena ha se go di fella ho ntse ba tlo rona ba tlo kena ditseneng tsa di-municipal ba kena tse ding tsa di-region ba tlo di tlo kopakopanywa kaofela hore na o etsela ke kgutlela kwa mono ngwaneso re na le ntate hape ho tswa ho act dumela
Thabile maobane ntate dumela ntate
teng le ka hey dintho di fetula ke se re bua puo engwe e se le different jole ha so far o thabile
no re batla re gotsofetse ntate ho feta maobane ho pola re na le kgoditse robong re teta ho kena tabeng tsena tsa hore re campaign jale bonnete ma South Africa le ma Free State ba bontshitse tshietso e kgolo mogatlong wa haiso wa act re batla re thabile la o sheba dipalopalo maobane ne re le bo ma 7 hana jwala o sheba re mathamano ho bo ma 11 and the percentage tsa re ho qetto ho bala ho setse the 16%. So ntse re lebelletse phetho tse kgolo hore re ka ipona ntse re phahama. You can even re le top 5 ya Free State.
Jwale re bona o seng system ya IC e ba off na le act le ka rena was it intentional into ya hore system e ba off
wa bona ntate re na le tshepo IEC re le mogatlo wa act mara nthonyana tse ka ntsenana bonneteng di bana le kgwagonyana hobane hape hona le station tse di mane Thabo Mofutsanyana ka ho qolle ya qwaqwa nakong e lore ntse o kgethuwa motlaka sola tsamaya jale ntho tse ka ntse o ntate di ya o bontsha hore kae ho na le ntho tse ba nang le dipotso ba bona bonneteng IEC tlo tshwanela e shebe system e ba sebetsang ka yona ka metjhini ena ba e sebedisang ho neneng e ne e jema le ditesheneng tse ding jwale bonnete ntho tse kang tsona ntate ha di monate ha di monate ho hang ntate
na o ka reng o ma act hape ba ntse ba ile ba kenya vote tse ntseng di baliwa ba reng ba ra le tshepa le act re batla lo re buella ka mane ka parlamenteng na o ka reng
no ke re ba re tshepe ska ba bontshitse tshepo ya bona ho rona hore ba re voutele la re se re kene parlamenteng re tla tshepahala ditshepisong tseo ba re romang ka tsona parlamenteng le ditshepiso tse re di entseng ha o sheba t-shirt tse rona re campaigna ka tsona di na le di 16 pillars ya manifesto ya rona taba ya pele ke taba ya thuto bana ba rona ntate re ya tseba nakong e ntate Magashule le moprimiri ka yona bana ba ile ba isiwa dikolong ka ntle ho naha re na le dingaka ka sheko ka ra South Africa re na le bana ba ileng ba lo ithuta agriculture bo China bo Madeira and so forth so today bana ba rona ba sokola NSFAS simple thing e lo re ne sa etsale pele so re tlo godisa ntho tse dulo ke ntate
ke lebile ntate o buile ke bona ha o thabile tsa tsela ka jeno lena happy la ba di so ka di fella di kgetho ba happy up to so far so good
no re tabile ntate re jumpa jalo ka tennis ball ntate re tlo loma jalo ka notes
ke lebile ke ena ntate ho tswa ka mona ka act mme o bontsha a thabile haholo ka mokgatlo wa bona o ntse o tsamaya ka teng mme he ngwana so ke tsona tse ke ra le tsona ho fitlela ha jwale re khutlile hape re na le ntate ho tswa mona ho APC good morning sir how are you
I think it's afternoon now. Good afternoon.
It's afternoon. I'm so sorry. I had never watched. Good afternoon. How are you? Are you okay?
I am okay, sir. And how are you?
I'm good. Up to so far, how is the APC rather, feeling about the results?
Well, the results are there, but they are not that good. But we know what would be the problem. But we're gonna work hard now, continuously, and we know we will get some other spaces whereby there will be need for us to work hard so that we can get to all these places that we're supposed to be. I would say that way because the numbers are the ones, but we're still hoping because we are busy sitting here and watching the numbers growing up. You guys.
Any challenges that you contacted during elections or any difficulties for your members to regarding the voting stations, any ballots that were missing, any drama that happened during elections?
The honest truth is that with me here in Free State, I'm talking about Bloemfontein specifically, there is nothing that we experienced, and there's a comrade that was in I would say Velcom, that side of the Free State. He said he encountered some, but then he did not mention them in such a way that we can take up to. But we would pick up if then there was, it seems like there was not much complaints because we would have picked them up already by now.
Early in the morning today, we saw that the IEC system was offline. Do you think was it intentional? What's your take on that?
Well, to that one, I just got late here because I started to do some things and I hear that there was a problem like that. So I'm just thinking maybe it was a technical glitch because I wouldn't vouch that there's something that was done, but then if then was, there's a box that lost in KZN, for example, and then people are saying it was already counted, and then what would you say if it's counted, then why it was taken? So all those things, there are problems that are playing around here, but we hope for the best in everything that is happening. Let the good one win, but the bad one we'll deal with as time goes on. We still have 5 years from now.
As you are the APC, do you have a trust or do you trust the IEC?
there's no way that I say I don't trust, because they are the people that are doing this. They've been doing this for so long, and actually they know that they're supposed to do this with good due diligence. But if then there are those that are pulling on the other side, then let it be, because it's always something like that. But one day everyone will be caught if it's doing wrong.
Any words of encouragement to those who voted the APC?
APC is a party that has been there, ladies and gentlemen. You remember our president is President Themba Koti. He's the one who was heading the SCOPA. He investigated lots of corruptions in that parliament as he was heading at that particular time. Until now he's out. But I'm not saying the one chairperson of the SCOPA is not doing very well. But then I think if we can try and get other people and vote in, and then we go back there, I think we can still do more, because remember, we need to work together to get something going. But when I'm saying working together, work together with the people that are doing good, not the people that are going to spoil everything, and then we think everything will go right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
This is a member of APC. He was saying that everything up to so far it's moving okay. Now I have a member of the Economic Freedom Fighters.
Baba.
Randle.
And thanks for having us.
As you are the EFF, are you happy up to so far about the results? I know that we expected a lot, but what are you feeling? How are you feeling as with the EFF?
Well, we feel okay. We think ground forces, they did pretty good job, Shem. And when you look at it, the percentage speaks for itself. And we are hoping to gain more traction. If possible, the ANC must go below 50. That's what we are hoping for, so that its arrogance must tone down a bit. DA, we're hoping to pass DA, but we listen to South Africans when they speak. They are giving us the mandate, or right now we're listening to them. So until the Fed lady has sung, we will not confidently say we are. But the EFF general is faring quite well, although we're disappointed by the turnout, but what is happening in terms of percentages is quite good, and chances are it might even increase in seats.
We saw that on the nationals, you are now the fourth up to so far. Are you happy? And it's something that we never expected, as we are the citizens of South Africa, to see the MK coming with that a change, because it's shocking. Even them, they're shocked maybe. What's your take on that?
Look, I think what is more important about that picture is the ANC is brought down to less than 50%. So its majority has toned down. It means anyone can either constitute government with ANC to literally exercise oversight over it, or opposition can constitute, but we are depending on leadership to guide us on that. But leave that. The EFF, shame on its own, as much as we fared very well when it comes to the campaign, but it seems like we did not reach the number that we expected to reach. In terms of percentage, until everything is captured, then we'll see. I think we'll have a better picture when it comes to that. But we dropped from 1.8, I think, to just under 1 million. But so far, it's still a good number. It's a good work, considering that the ANC that used to loot from our people can no longer loot anymore. So that I think EFF contributed immensely on that. So as to whether the MK will do what it promises, which we don't know, because they did not even have a manifesto, it remains to be seen. Whatever that they did not promise, because they can easily say, we did not promise anybody anything, so we have a right to do everything. So that's what South Africans has given them, a blank check, and we respect that.
Early in the morning, we saw that the IEC system was offline. What's your take on that? Do you think it's intentional?
Well, we don't want to cast unnecessary aspersions. Least did we want to create a civil war where be called bitter losers, because but IEC on its own, I think these elections were quite heavier on them. They had accepted slightly. They had a lot of challenges that they never really had before. Section 24s were a problem. 9As, the Appendix 9 was also a problem. So here and there they experienced quite far more problems than they did, because some of the voters were turned away. But in terms of general work, we can't really blame them. I think it can happen to anyone. We just don't want to cast unnecessary aspersions and say the early the process was not free and fair. We don't want to say that. But so far, I think they really need to improve. We can't have these hiccups at the level where even if it's local government, we can't have these hiccups.
Do you think that the MK can be like COPE? You know, remember back in the days when COPE was starting, it was showing us flames also. Do you think it can also, MK can go up and go straight down?
These are politics. Anything is possible. When you look at MK, wherever it's faring, it needs to depend on other parties to make government. Another problem. It can't fully execute its policies, and there's already infighting. We don't know who's the real commander there. Is it Msholozi? Is it Kumal? You really do not know. So it starts off with dust. It runs speedily. As to whether they can contain it, that remains to be seen. And majority of analysts are raising from time to time tribalism that comes with it. If it's true or not, that remains to be seen. But safe to say they fare it very well, and we can only congratulate them.
Any words of encouragement to the fighters who voted for you? What are you saying to them?
Well, we've seen fighters breaking their backs for this organization. In this campaign, they are really exhausted wherever they are. They felt it was a massive, beautiful campaign. So we like to thank every one of them. We've seen their blood, we've seen their sweat, and I think South Africans also, the way they receive EFF, it is as a result of that. Otherwise, we would not have reached every corner of the Free State, every corner of South Africa, had it not been of them. So we'd like to thank them very much when we say, let's continue building this organization further.
Thank you very much.
Sure.
This is the member of the Economic Freedom Fighters, is saying that they are happy. And now I will be talking to the member of the Action SA regarding how are they feeling about... Dumela papa. Are you happy up to so far about the results?
Perhaps happy is a difficult word. I wouldn't say I'm happy. I'm a little bit confident. I'm not happy because I don't see. I want to identify with that leaderboard. I'm not identifying with that leaderboard because I know the amount of work that we did. So that can't make me happy. That is the problem. So I'm trying to see whether I can get a connection with that leaderboard.
Early in the morning, we saw that the IEC machines were offline, system was offline. What's your take on that?
I'm feeling very, very much uncomfortable now. You know, these things started as teething issues, small issues. Now they are becoming big issues, and they have an impact on what our expectations are. It doesn't make anyone happy.
Do you think were they intentional?
I think it's negligence. You know what? When you're doing this type of work, you have to rule out negligence totally out. There may be other problems, but not negligence. Them, if it is negligence. So that is my take.
So any challenges that you contacted during elections?
Come again?
Any challenges that you contacted during elections?
Yeah, I think within ourselves we had challenges. We know what those challenges are. Basically, I think the resources that would have enabled us to move around, that was a big challenge. Yes, I think it is up to that. Perhaps one of those things, and then also the warm bodies that we can work with. Everybody expects to be paid something, and you know, we're not in that position to make everyone happy. So those are the little challenges that we had, and you know, we've not been benefiting from party political funding. So everything we have to carry the cost, and it comes from somebody's pocket. So I think that was our challenges.
Any words of encouragement to those who voted for you?
Of course, you know, that showing of that little confidence in us means a lot. I think we are participating here for the first time. Going forward, I think people will start building trust in us, and that we can actually bring about changes that we really need in South Africa. Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chef. Thank you so much.
Thank you. It is from us. Ha ke khotlela ka ho lona ka mo se re utlwile hore bontate ba se ba buile ba di beile ditaba tsa hore na bona ba eme kae e le mekgatlo. Re tla ke buela ke khutlana kong e sa fediseng pelo. Jwale ha ptse sofa o thabile.
No, re batla re kgotsofetse ntate ho feta maoba.
lebodise mopohi lapeng mme re ntse re le ka mona ka Free State Operation Center mo e leng gore dintho di ntse di a di etsagala re bona gore mokgatlo wa African National Congress o se o fumane divoto tse ka bang 4,307,701 re shebile mokga wa Democratic Alliance o boemong ba bobedi mme o fumane 2,318,020 re shebile boemong ba boraro ke yona mokgatlo ona o motjha ka nnete MK o le gore o na le divoto tse ka bang 1,279,284 ha yona Economic Freedom Fighters le boemong ba bone mo e leng gore e tshwere 978,125 mme re tsere bona ka nnete re le rabisana le mekgatlo e fapafapaneng ba bontsha haholoholo mokgatlo wa African National Congress o le gore o thabetse se leng gore se se fumane mme ba ntse ba re ba expectile tse ding tse dingata divoto kapa ba lebeletse tse ngata divoto ho tswa ho yona dikgetho tsena ka baka la hore di soka di fela ka nnete o se ho entswe bonyane dikgetho tse ka banga 58.32% se leng gore se di badilwe jole he tse ding tse di kgetho soka di fela kaofela se re tlo utlwa sephero ka re fela ka Sontaga ha se IEC se se bua mane national office e se fana ka dintlha kaofela mme he se ka wa tsoa bona mo bui mono lapeng le bontse re o fya tsona ditaba tsena tsa dikgetho o se kebe wa suta re ntse re dula re na le wena re tla bela re kopana nako ke se filiseng pelo bye bye. lapeng re hapele ko dumedise ke na le ntate mona ho tswa mokgeng wa African National Congress. Ntate dumela.
Dumela ntate, a re dumedise le babui ko hae.
Ntate ke a bona mokgatlo wa African National Congress o sebetsa hantle mona ho National Ballot. Lona la African National Congress le ka reng ho batho ba o leng hore ba le kgethile hore le be mo le leng teng.
Ha re sheba national mranaka, still a long way to go. In a sense, our vote is about 20 million, and just above half of that is being counted. Focus on more Free State, the Free State legislature, in terms of the numbers. If you check now, we are at about 370 something thousand. We really are confident that we'll cross the 400,000 mark. And perhaps even approach the 450,000, which will then seal really the Free State in terms of the decisive victory that we have targeted to achieve.
During the election, lalabale any matata kopan lona different voting stations kapro.
Well, there were challenges, numerous challenges, from vote scans to presiding officers who were not really in full understanding of the rules and how they are supposed to manage the process. But we always say if you manage elections on the national scale, these problems will arise. What really gave us comfort, it is the ability of the IEC leadership at various levels to intervene and find solutions to the problem. So that really gave us a comfort, and then we are okay, we're content really.
I get that MK it's mona wa African National Congress. Jole lona le African National Congress le reng ha le bona dipalopalo se ngata ngata tsa MK ntse di a dinyoloha tje.
Look, MK is not a breakaway from the ANC. It's people who formed their own MK party. In terms of our history, Umkhonto weSizwe Liberation Army, which we all know it was dissolved many years ago. So the people who formed MK are better placed to speak for themselves. We know the numbers that they are picking up in the Free State. They are not so significant when you check on the board, and then I leave the rest to national and other provinces. But remember, we fought for democracy, the space that allows everybody to express themselves, and as a result, we are okay. It is part of maturing democracy on our side.
In the morning, Reboni IEC system everything about offline. What's your take on that? Do you think was it deliberate or what?
Look, my view is that there's really no need to drive anything with suspicion. Technical glitches can be there, but like I said, the ability of the IEC leadership to step up and intervene, resolve problems, is what should really give us a comfort. Anybody who runs a large organization will know that things like this can happen. They do not pose any integrity to the electoral processes or credibility of the process, and as a result, there's really nothing much that we should really think of out of this issue.
Jolo ka le mokgwa African National Congress mantswe a lona a ho qetela ho ba ahi bohle ba Free State ke afe?
ANC e amohela confidence e tswang ba ba Free State ka boikokobetso le boitelo ba hore no ho tlamehile ho sebeletswe setjhaba ho feta ka mokgwa o entsweng ka teng, mme ho ithuteng le diphosong tse etsahetseng dilemong tsa ho feta. Re nahana re maemong a betere a ho isa mokgatlo pele hobane be re reng ke batho ba ne ba senya mokgatlo bo ka reng ke dikebekwa ba tswile, ba bang ba bona ba fomme mekgatlo e meng re bona mona, mme ANC na le yona chance le monyetla hore ba le shebana le bakgethi ba sebeletse le a Free State ka tsela e tletsa batho ba rona hore ba be motlotlo tje ka bekile ba ba motlotlo ka mokgatlo wa bona wa ANC.
Ke le bileng tete.
Thank you ntate.
Ke ena ntate ho tswa mokgeng wa African National Congress ma re tswetsang hore ka nnete hona jwale jena ba ntse ba le ntse ba thabile haholo ha dintho ntse di tsamaya ka mokgwa o leng di tsamaya ka teng. Tla ke pe ke khutla nakong e sa fediseng pelo ke tlo fa sona ditaba. Ha ke bela pe ke re mo puhe mo lapeng re ntse re le teng ka mona ka Free State Accounting Operation Center mo eleng hore re ntse re bona diphetoho tse di etsa le nomorong tsa a ke boele ke o dibodise mopohi lapeng mme re ntse re le ka mona ka Free State Operation Center mo e leng gore dintho di ntse di a di etsagala re bona gore mokgatlo wa African National Congress o se o fumane divoto tse ka bang 4,307,701 re shebile mogga wa Democratic Alliance o boemong ba bobedi mme o fumane 2,318,020 re shebile boemong ba boraro ke yona mokgatlo ona o motjha ka nnete MK o e leng gore o na le divoto tse ka bang 1,279,284 ha yona Economic Freedom Fighters le boemong ba bone mo e leng gore e tshwere 978,125 mme re tsere bona ka nnete re le rabisana le mekgatlo e fapafapaneng ba bontsha haholoholo mokgatlo wa African National Congress o le gore o thabetse se leng gore se se fumane mme ba ntse ba re ba expectile tse ding tse ngata divoto kapa ba lebeletse tse ngata divoto ho tswa ho yona dikgetho tsena ka baka la hore di soka di fela ka nnete o se ho entswe bonyane dikgetho tse ka banga 58.32% se leng gore se di badilwe jole he tse ding tse dikgetho di soka di fela kaofela se re tlo utlwa sephero ka fela ka sonta ha se IEC se bua mane national office se fana ka dintlha kaofela mme he se ka wa tsoa bona mo bui mono lapeng re bontse re o fya tsona ditaba tsena tsa dikgetho o se kebe wa suta re ntse re dula re na le wena re tla bela pere kopana nako ke se fediseng pelo bye bye.